batter for the Yellow Jackets, number 16, Eric Prudy.
Okay, Jack! Come on, JJ. Here we go, Ted.
Down the line, kid.
Hey, baby!
The batter for the Yellow Jackets. This is the number 2, Dennis Sherman, Highway.
Here we go, gents. Here we go, kid. Got it, 4-4. Let's go, kid.
Come on, Danny.
Big play, Dean. Big play.
Microphone check 1 2 1 2. Microphone check 1 2. Test 1 2 3 4.
Danny, bring him around.
I'm Jerem. I'm Jerem.
Come on, Danny.
This one.
Danny, you got that? Let's go, boys. Come on, Danny. Here we go, Danny.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Test 1 2. Mic check 1 2. And a little good early afternoon, fans, as if you're just joining us now, no, the CWRU Swarthmore game has not started yet. We are actually awaiting the start of that one coming up after this game. We are in extra innings currently between Baldwin Wallace and Swarthmore. It's 8-8 as we move into the bottom of the 10th. Baldwin Wallace coming to bat. Feel free to watch that as we get ready for our second game of the day here of the Spartan Southern Classic. We'll have full coverage of you of Case Western Reserve and Swarthmore of Game 2 when that begins. Again, probably about half an hour, maybe 45 minutes after the end of this one. So stay tuned. Again, bottom of the 10th coming up. Enjoy. Again, welcome if you are just joining us. I'm John Schwartz, play-by-play coverage of the Case Western Reserve games here coming up in just a little bit. Again, we are in the, well, towards the end maybe of our first game of the day and of the tournament down here between Baldwin-Wallace and Swarthmore. It is going to the top of the 11th inning, all tied at 8. Again, top of the 11th coming up. The game is all tied at 8. We'll be back with you again for full coverage of the Case Western Reserve Swarthmore game, which is set to begin. It was originally scheduled for 3:30. We're probably lucky at this point if we start at 4, maybe even 4:30. We're going to be a little bit delayed with this game running over. But again, enjoy the video coverage, bonus video coverage of the end of the Baldwin-Wallace Swarthmore game as it's tied 8-8 going into the 11th. Top of the 11th coming up. Again, if you're just tuning in, welcome. We are going to get started with the Case Western Reserve Swarthmore game in approximately half an hour. We're looking at about 4:06. Again, final score of the first game of the day was Baldwin Wallace 9, Swarthmore 8. That one in 11 innings, a walk-off win for Baldwin Wallace. It was on a game-winning RBI base hit by Cootie for Baldwin Wallace that ended the game. So we'll be back with you in a few. Again, stay with us, about half an hour away from Swarthmore and Case Western Reserve. And good afternoon, everybody, and welcome inside Lexington County Baseball Stadium in Lexington, South Carolina, as Case Western Reserve getting set to kick things off in their first game of the Spartan Southern Classic in what is becoming an annual tradition. And the Spartans will face Swarthmore in the second game of the day here after Swarthmore. And notable for this game, lost in extra innings to Baldwin Wallace, 9-8. Swarthmore now 4-4 in the year and had to burn a lot of pitching in that game. And so it'll be interesting to see as they used a lot of their bullpen arms in that first game of the day, what they have left here today. They'll turn to an experienced starter in Noah Potholm, will be making his third start of the season, and we'll tell you a little bit more about him in the bottom of the first inning when he takes the hill. But for the Spartans, certainly for a hot-hitting team, that certainly is, you could feel a little optimistic heading into this game that you might have an advantage, especially as this game gets into the later innings. For the Spartans, mentioned 3-3 on the year and a hot-hitting team for the most part. Certainly some guys you'd like to see get going, and hopefully that'll happen here this weekend. But really for Case Western Reserve at this point, you're going to look to see what the pitching can do this weekend. It has been an up-and-down roller coaster season for the Spartans pitching through the first 6 games. Really, the only quality start the team has gotten so far came from Archer Stankowski in the third game of the season. And so you're going to look to see, okay, first of all, what the 3 frontline starters for this team can do, and that's certainly Kyle Geerding, who we'll see in today's game, Archer Stankowski, and Quinn Saunders, but also who else is going to step up for this team to not only start some games. Again, we're looking at a stretch of 9 games in 8 days, so you're going to have to throw a lot of guys and a lot of guys on not a lot of rest. But you add to that, how are they going to bridge the gap? What's the bullpen going to look like? And how are the Spartans going to get to a point where they're turning in the late innings to Jack Anderson likely to close it out. And again, Anderson as good as they come in that role. So, we'll see. This is going to be an interesting week for the Spartans to see kind of the trajectory for the rest of the season. Starting lineup should start to get announced here in a little bit. Again, we're running a little bit behind, or should say well behind. We're about 50 minutes behind the scheduled 3:30 start due to that long first game of the 2 here today. And so it'll be interesting to see when we get going here. But again, if you are the Spartans, certainly an opportunity, and you'd love to take advantage of it here in a way to get your season going and really switch things into high gear here as you begin what is the meat of your schedule and eventually head into UAA play. The one piece for the Spartans that's going to be a talking point throughout this season is that, in the past, when Case Western Reserve has gone off to the slow start, that has almost sunk their season at times, and that's not going to be the case this year with the automatic bid in the UAA for the first time this season, as Chicago coming back to play in the conference, now 6 competing teams in the UAA, and that does allow for the automatic bid immediately starting this year, which is exciting, certainly. So, again, a lot of interesting storylines to consider this year for the Spartans, and especially as you begin this weekend. We'll go ahead and get your starting lineups here in a little bit. But, again, I'm John Schwartz, bringing you play-by-play coverage of today's game. I do want to point out that if you're in the ballpark listening, or if you know someone who is, and they have a radio on them, we are broadcasting and will be throughout the season on terrestrial radio for the first time ever. Thank you to Donnie Barnes, father of Zach Barnes, who purchased a piece of equipment that has allowed us to do that. And so if you're within 1,000 feet or so of the antenna outside the broadcast booth, you should be able to pick us up on 89.3 FM. 89.3 FM. So we are making our broadcast radio debut here today in addition to the video coverage. And again, as always, however you are listening to us today, we certainly appreciate you tuning in to this one. Well, the coaches shake their hands, and we are about set to get going here. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get you lineups. I don't think we're doing an anthem for this game. In fact, we are not. So let's go ahead and get you starting lineups, as Swarthmore should be taking the field momentarily. We'll start with the batting order for Case Western Reserve, and the group at the top is relatively familiar. Jack Anderson, the catcher, leading things off. He'll be followed by Dane Camphausen, the first baseman, leading all Division III players this season with 7 home runs in just 6 games. Logan Andraco, the left fielder, hits third. Tyler Stilson, the third baseman, in the 4 spot. Nick Harms, the right fielder, bats 5th. Franco Alonso playing second base and hitting 6th. Jay Smith, the designated hitter in today's game. Jay off to a strong start to the year. He'll bat 7th. Matt Trout, the center fielder, hits 8th, and then Nate Arterburn playing short and batting 9th. As mentioned, Kyle Geerding is on the mound. It's been a pretty good start to the year for Geerding, although has not necessarily pitched deep into games, and hopefully he'll be able to give the Spartans a little bit of length here today on the hill, and we'll tell you more again about the right-hander Kyle Geerding when he takes the hill in the bottom of the frame. Defensively for the Garnet as they take the field here for Game 2 today. At first base is Zach Kahn. Second baseman is Nathaniel Kittredge. The shortstop is Max Rothwarg, and the third baseman will be Easton Tolson. In the outfield, left fielder is Matthew Silvestri. The center fielder is Liar Kedar, and the right fielder is Aiden Sullivan. Doing the catching today is Benjamin Buckman, and on the mound will be Noah Podholm. Podholm, who wears number 33, coming into today's game with a 1-1 record over his 2 starts and an ERA of 6 through 2 starts. He does have 9 innings pitched. He's given up 11 hits for a 3.06 ERA, but has walked just 2 batters in those 9 innings while striking out 7. Again, he's allowed 6 earned runs. He has been prone to hitting batters this year. He's hit 5 already this season, so about 1 every other inning, and that'll be something to watch out for today. Again, a reminder, too, I got to imagine, for a lot of these teams, this is the warmest weather they played in. Certainly it is for the Spartans this year. And so you would expect the pitching to be a little bit more up to shape here this weekend than certainly you've seen from Case Western Reserve so far. So Podholm, the junior, taking the hill. Not to be confused with Zach Pothoff, who we saw pitch in Game 1 out of the bullpen, one of the better arms out of the bullpen so far this season for Swarthmore. Podholm finishing his warm-ups, and again it'll be Anderson, Camphausen, and Andreyko set to face him. Andreyko set to face him. Again, we welcome you all today to the first broadcast of the season and invite you to join us if you're in the ballpark on 89.3 FM. So Jack Anderson will stand in to lead things off here for the Spartans today. Anderson hitting a .269 on the year. A little bit of a slow start for Jack. 2 doubles, a triple, 3 runs batted in. Swinging at the first pitch, high chopper towards short. Backhanded, and that'll get through the outfield. And that'll be an infield single to start the game for Anderson. Kind of a weird between hopper. I'm not sure if the shortstop there, Max Rothwarg, would have fielded that cleanly. I'm not sure he would have had a chance at Anderson anyway, and so 1 pitch in, the Spartans have their first hit of the game, and a stolen base threat on at first. Anderson, 2 of 3 on stolen base attempts this season. And that'll bring Dane Camphausen to the plate, who is a home run waiting to happen. This one grounded softly down the first base side. How impressive has Dane's start been to the year? Well, you could name the ways. The 7 home runs currently lead all Division III players. He had 4 in 1 game. That matched an NCAA Division III record. Became the 25th player in Division III history to do that. He's the active Division III leader in home runs. It is top 5 in runs and home runs and RBIs in all of the NCAA. And there, singles into center field, and the Spartans with back-to-back hits to start this one off. They have 2 on, nobody out, and that will bring up Logan Andreyko to the plate in an RBI situation. Logan is hitting at .381 on the season. 1 double, 2 triples, 2 runs batted in. Little bit of a different situation this year for Logan, who was the leadoff hitter for the Spartans all last year, but this season sliding into the 3 spot, and maybe not your prototypical 3 hitter, certainly not by stature. But Logan is good as they come at the plate and takes the first pitch on the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. Logan, an all-conference second-team honoree last year in the UAA. A breakout season for him, but he's looking to replicate those numbers. Dane Camphausen, who is not necessarily the most fleet of foot at first base, flops back into the first base bag after the pickoff attempt. Podholm on the mound, the junior out of Washington, D.C., Gonzaga College Prep. gives his 0-1 pitch, and it's on the outside corner for a called strike, and it's 0-2 on Draco with runners in the corners and nobody out in the bottom of the first. Potholm had a really nice outing against Washington and Lee back on February 22nd when 6 innings in the start, allowed just 1 run on 5 hits, struck out 3, did not walk a batter. Here's his 0-2. Outside, ball 1 to Andraco. It's 1-2. Struggled in his last outing. That was back on March 1st, a week ago today against Rutgers Camden. Went just 3 innings in that one, gave up 6 hits, walked 2, allowed 5 runs, and struck out 4. That one swung on, lofted over to second base. Easy play there for the second baseman, Kittredge, who puts it away for the second out of the inning. And there's 1 out, for the first out of the inning. Getting ahead of myself a little bit here as Tyler Stilson will come to the plate. Stilson hitting at .435. Great start to the year for Stilson, and you wonder if some of that is attributed to the fact that last year he was asked to do a little bit of everything. Play short, play second, DH, play left, play third, pitch. He was the team's second or third or fourth starting pitcher, depending on the week. This year he gets to focus on hitting, and it's been to pretty good effect. This one in the air, pretty deep to center field. That should get Anderson in from third. Circling under it in center and making the catch out there is Kedar. Has no chance to get Anderson, who tags from third and comes in to score on the sacrifice fly from Stilson. And the Spartans take the early lead in this one, 1-0. So 2 outs now, and Nick Harms will come to the plate. A slow start to the season for Harms. He's been prone to those, but this is typically the week where his bat wakes up, and we'll see if that holds true here. First pitch on the way to the Spartans' all-time career home run leader. Takes that down low for a ball, and it's 1-0. Harms has certainly hit his share of home runs in this ballpark during the team's 3 previous spring break trips to Lexington. Does not have a home run yet this year as he takes a called strike, 1-1. Now the 1-1 on the way. That one line foul, 1-2. I will apologize. The scoreboard at the bottom of your screen here might be a little bit off today. This is my first game of the year, and trying to plug in the scoreboard is normally we pull that straight. At least in our home park, we typically pull that straight from the scoreboard from the field. Here, I have to enter it manually. And so, got to remember to do that in between pitches. That ball hit in the air, foul territory, and out of play. And Harms staying alive after fouling off the 12th pitch of the inning from Potholm. Count stays at 1-2 on the St. Louis left-handed hitter. One of the great hitters in program history, Nick Harms, now a senior. Awaits the 1-2, foul back. Mentioned the slow start for Harms. The numbers might not show it, but he swung the bat better last weekend, especially as the weekend went on. Maybe just not 100% locked in yet, but you know when he gets locked in, he is as dangerous a hitter as they come. Trying to keep the inning going here, behind in the count 1-2, and he swings and misses at a high fastball for strike 3. And that will end the first, but a sacrifice fly for Tyler Stilson brings across the first run of the game for the Spartans, and we will head into the bottom of the first. Swarthmore coming up to bat, trailing 1-0 here after half an inning. Let's go ahead and get you the batting order for Swarthmore. Leading off is the left fielder, Matthew Silvestri. Aiden Sullivan, a left-handed hitter, bats second. The designated hitter, Max Beedling, in the 3 spot, and then Benjamin Buckman will be hitting cleanup today. 3 straight lefties between Sullivan, Beedling, and Buckman for Swarthmore. Hitting 5th is the second baseman, Nathaniel Kittredge. Max Rothwarg, the shortstop, bats 6th. Zach Kahn, a left-handed hitting first baseman, in the 7 spot. The center fielder, Leor Kedar, will bat 8th, and Easton Tolston, the third baseman, hitting 9th. Going around the field with the Spartans, Dane Camphausen playing first base today. Second baseman is Franco Alonso, the shortstop Nate Arterburn, and the third baseman is Tyler Stilson. In left field, Logan Andraco. The center fielder is Matt Trout, and the right fielder is Nick Harms. Doing the catching, Jack Anderson, and on the mound is Kyle Geerding. Geerding making his third start of the season. He's 0-1 through his first two, despite pitching to 2.35 ERA. He's given up 7 runs, but just 2 of those are earned on the season. He has allowed 9 hits at .273 opponent's average through his 7 2/3 innings of work. He has struck out 4 and walked 4. Geerding, a guy who got off to a pretty nice start to his collegiate career and as a sophomore, really blossomed, but struggled last year, battled through some pretty significant injuries throughout the year, had surgery after the season, and has bounced back well. The Spartans had some pretty high hopes for him this year as he moves into what is the tone-setting role. I don't know if you want to call it a true ace role, but it's, certainly the guy who the Spartans are going to turn to set the tone in games this year. And he'll try to do that just here today. 9-5 record for his career for Geerding and a 4.11 career ERA. Leading things off here is Matthew Silvestri, the right-handed hitter. As the first pitch from Geerding, Silvestri squares to bunt, pulls it back, takes ball 1-0. Silvestri, 10 hits and 25 at-bats this season, hitting at .400, has a double and 9 runs batted in, including the game earlier today. And took a little bit off of that one, parks it in there for a strike, and it's 1-1 to start the day at the plate here for Swarthmore. Silvestri 0 for 4 in the first game. Called strike, brings the count to 1-2. Scored 2 runs, walked twice, did strike out twice. 1-2 offering on the way from Geerding. And that one's hit short. A high hopper for Arterburn, who scoops it cleanly, throws to first, and unable to hold on to it is Camphausen. And that will be an error. So we'll go an E3 on that one. And there's a runner on at first with nobody out for Sullivan. Well, that has been the bugaboo this season for Geerding. Not necessarily of his own doing, but he's allowed 7 runs. Only 2 of those have been earned. The defense behind him has not been fantastic. That's taken for ball 2, and it's 2-0 now on Aiden Sullivan. The left-handed hitting right fielder has 1 home run, 6 runs batted in this year. He's batting at .429. That one sprayed foul down the left field side, and the count goes to 2-1. Silvestri has stolen 3 bases on 3 attempts this season. That pitch at the letters for a called strike, 2-2. A little bit tough to judge height from our view of the pitches up here in the press box. We are up a little bit higher, at least higher than we typically are, or at least I typically am at Nobby's ballpark. So sometimes those pitches look a little bit lower than they actually are, as that's taken for ball 3. 3-2 the count. Runner on at first, nobody out. We'll see if Silvestri goes in motion here. Geerding might be wise to throw over once to keep Silvestri honest on a 3-2 pitch with nobody out. Runner goes, pitch to the plate, and misses ball 4. So 2 on, nobody out, and a 1-0 Case Western Reserve lead. And that will bring up the designated hitter, Max Beedling, a lefty. Beedling hitting a .294 with 3 runs batted in this season. And it misses ball 1. Now the 1-0 from Geerding. And in the dirt. And that one gets away. And both runners will move up on a wild pitch. It's now 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. Meanwhile, a 2-0 count at the plate, and Geerding's going to have to buckle down here and figure things out a little bit. Trying to walk the tightrope here already in the first inning. And a swing and a miss. Looked like a changeup brings the count to 2-1. Again, this is the kind of week that you need to get some depth out of your starting pitching if you want to survive it. That ball lifted foul, and it's 2-2. Geerding up to 14 pitches already. And that one lifted foul. Count stays at 2-2. Beedling at the plate. 2 doubles, a triple. 3 runs batted in this season. Went 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored in the early game today. Awaits the 2-2. And he pops it up behind home plate. Anderson gives a look, but it's going to get out of play. Lands off the overhang that covers the back portion of the stands here at Lexington County Baseball Stadium. Real gem, and always a pleasure when we get to make our trip down here. Lexington, located just outside of Columbia. It's the 2-2, up high, ball 3, 3-2. Big pitch coming here. First base open, but nobody out. Line drive up through the middle, base hit. In to score is Silvestri. Hanging at third is Sullivan. And an RBI single for Beedling. Makes it a 1-1 game. Still nobody out here in the first. Nobody out, and now the cleanup hitter will step to the plate. Benjamin Buckman, the catcher, hitting at .312 on the year, 2 home runs and 5 runs batted in. Did homer in the early game. Buckman went 2 for 5 in the game with an RBI and a run scored to go with that home run. Takes a called first strike, and it's 0-1. 1-1 the score. So that one misses outside for a ball. 1-1. Double play depth in the infield for the Spartans. It appears that they'll trade and a run for 2 outs if they have the opportunity here. Called strike, and it's 1-2. There's just not been much this season of the Spartans working ahead in the count, and you see Kyle Geerding doing that here against Buckman. Big out for him to get here, try to get his first out of the inning. And that one fouled off, 1-2. One of the biggest differences for Kyle over the last 2 seasons compared to earlier in his career has been the ability to finish off hitters. We're seeing that a little bit today. Good pitch there, though. Swung and missed at. Looked like he came up high with maybe a slider that Buckman swung on and missed at, and that'll be the first out of the inning. So Geerding gets the strikeout, and he finishes off the hitter there for the first out of the frame. And now the batter will be Nathaniel Kittredge. Kittredge hitting at .321 on the year. No home runs, 7 runs batted in. Hitting here with runners on the corners and 1 away. Check down to first to keep the runner honest. Kittredge 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs and 2 walks in the first game of the day. He's a first year out of Alpharetta, Georgia, suburb of Atlanta. Bunts that one foul, and it's 0-1. Squaring a bunt here again. Now pulls it back, checks his swing. See if Anderson checks it out in the field. He won't. And the count goes to 1-1. Boy, what Geerding wouldn't give right now for a ground ball to one of his middle infielders. Give him a chance to collect himself. Up to 25 pitches now. The 1-1. And that one sprayed foul and out of play. The count goes to 1-2. An error to start the inning, followed by a walk and a single brought across the game-tying run. And a foul tip into the catcher's glove for strike 3. Geerding has been very effective with what I believe is his changeup today. That has been a nasty pitch from Kyle. I'll tell you what, if Kyle can find a way to locate the fastball consistently and locate that changeup consistently, he'll be just fine here this year. And that one hit the knees for a called strike to Rothwarg, and it's 0-1. Max Rothwarg, the shortstop, hitting at .290 on the year, 9 runs batted in. No home runs, does have a double and a triple to his name for the season. A senior out of Houston, Texas. Ground ball, third base side, and foul. And it's now 0-2. And so again for Geerding, you got the light at the end of the tunnel here, potentially. You have some pitches to work with, and I wouldn't be shocked if he comes high fastball here, tries to adjust the eye level before going back to that changeup. Let's see, 0-2. And the pitch is taken outside for a ball. Runner will move up uncontested. It's a stolen base for Beedling. But becomes maybe a bit more challenging here for Geerding. 1-2 count. Let's see what he does here. And that one hit in the air down the line and right, and it is foul. Not by much. There's not a lot of foul territory in that right field corner. In fact, there's almost no foul territory once you get to that point, and I'm not sure if you could see it clearly. No, you can in the broadcast, but there's kind of some batting cages out there that lead to the visitors, or the visitors bullpen. And as you get closer to that bullpen, you get less and less foul territory. And with that all the way in that corner, it's not a long way to that right field wall, only 304 feet in that corner. But that one landed out of play. Another one shot to the right field side by Rothwarg. See if the Spartans outfield adjusts here after a couple of pitches sent the opposite way here with 2 strikes. Doesn't look like they will yet. That's Nick Harms, who's a good defensive right fielder out there in right field. Ball hit hard up towards the middle and through for a base hit. Sullivan in to score. Here comes Beedling, and it's a 2 RBI, 2-out single for Rothwarg. And Swarthmore takes the lead. It's now 3-1. Only 2 hits this inning. But both of them have produced runs. And once again, the error to start the inning has been painful for Geerding. As diving is Harms, comes up throwing, the throw back to the base and safe. Harms almost with a great throw, caught Rothwarg sleeping, but instead Zach Kahn with a single into right field. 3rd hit of the inning, and Geerding, who's up to 34 pitches now, trying to get out of this one. And Steve Grunberg, the pitching coach for the Spartans, will take a walk out there. And as much as anything, this is probably just trying to give Kyle Geerding a little bit of a breather. Again, Kyle has yet to allow an earned run in this game. He's now given up on the season 10 runs. Just 2 of those have been earned. No runs he allows in this inning will be earned, at least moving forward with 2 outs and the error to start the frame. But again, just not the start you want to get off to here today if you're the Spartans, with a rotation that has been shaky at best so far this year. So at the plate now is Liar Kedar, and he's hit by the first pitch of his at-bat. And that will load the bases up here. And now a massive out coming for Kyle Geerding to try to get with the 9-hitter Easton Tolson coming to the plate with a chance to really put some distance between Swarthmore and Case Western Reserve early on here. Tolston, who started all 9 games now for Swarthmore, hitting at just 172. He's 5 for 29. He went 0 for 5 in the early game today, but a big opportunity for him here. He takes a called strike, 0-1. Now the 0-1 pitch. And that ball looped into center field, and it's down for a base hit. That will score 2 as Kahn and Rothwarg both cross the plate. And it's now 5-1 after a big first inning for Swarthmore. And still going. Kedar goes all the way to 3rd. Again, Kahn and Rothwarg both score. 2 more unearned runs. It's 1st and 3rd now for Matthew Silvestri, who reached on an error to start the inning for Swarthmore. And he fouls the first pitch back, 0-1. Well, not the start the Spartans had wanted today. One and one now the count. This is the same pitching matchup we saw last year with Geerding and Noah Potholm facing off when the 2 teams faced each other. Potholm picked up the win in that one. Geerding allowed 6 runs in 4 innings. So that misses outside. Ball 2-2-1. Ended up being a 9-8 Swarthmore win. The Spartans made a late comeback attempt. And a little up and in on the 41st pitch of the inning from Geerding. Podholm in his start went 7 1/3 innings last year against the Spartans, allowed 10 hits, didn't walk a batter, struck out just 1, gave up 7 runs, only 4 of them earned. That one hit towards the middle, should end the inning. Flip over to second, and that will end the frame, but the damage is done as Swarthmore puts 5 on the board in the first, and after the Spartans scored a run in their half of the first, they'll come back to bat now trailing 5-1. It'll be Alonzo, Jay Smith, and Matt Trout due up when we return. Franco Alonso leading things off here against Noah Podholm. Takes the first pitch down low for ball 1, 1-0. Alonso hitting at .368 on the year and trying to get things started for the Spartans, who trail 5-1 in this one. Down low, 2-0. Alonso, another nice start to his year. The graduate student with 1 home run, 2 RBIs. And pops this one up. First base side, foul territory, should be playable underneath it. And making the catch for the out is Zach Kahn, and there's 1 away. As Alonso pops out in foul territory. And so Jay Smith now coming to bat. Smith off to a good start, left-handed hitter. Jay batting at .357, no home runs, 4 runs batted, and he does have a double and a triple so far this year. Fouls back the first pitch. Jay hoping to have a breakthrough year here as a senior. He's been a guy who's been on the cusp of the starting lineup throughout his career. May have an opportunity here to see some significant playing time going forward. As that ball grounded, second base, fielded cleanly, and a throw on to first for the second out. So 2 quickly retired. And remember last year's game? This is sort of similar to how Podholm pitched, where when you gave him the lead, he just became a contact machine. Just get it in the strike zone and try to get guys to drill it into the ground, and that's sort of what we've seen so far from him today. And a swing and a miss there from Matt Trout, who's hitting at 231, on the season. Trout, another guy looking for a breakout year. Speedy center fielder. Swing can get a little big sometimes when he's locked in. He is a tough out. High hop there. Nice play at short. Throw to first. Won't be in time, and it's an infield single for Trout. Well, that was almost a very nice play at third by Max Rothwarg on a hard hit bouncer to short. But by the time he collected himself, as he had to kind of get to one knee and reach up at the same time to field that cleanly, Trout too quick a base runner to be able to throw him out there. And so now he's on at first, and Nate Arterburn will be the batter. Arterburn hitting at 190 through the first 6 games of the season. Started all 6 at short, a position he has manned pretty capably over the course of the last 50 or so Spartan games dating back to last year. Really, it was down here in South Carolina where he emerged as the team's everyday shortstop and has yet to let go of the position. And he's a guy who I think you're only going to see get better and better at the plate. Squares to bunt there, pulls it back and takes strike 2, and it's 0-2. Here's the 0-2. And getting a piece of it to stay alive is Arterburn, 0-2 still. Trout has stolen 1 base so far this year on his only attempt. Not sure how eager he'll be to run here with the 9-hitter up. Again, Arterburn certainly can handle the bat, but you know, you're kind of weighing the cost here. If you're Trout, certainly the positive if you're able to get to second base. Arterburn, not really a power hitter, so it puts you in a position to score with 2 outs on a base hit by Arterburn. But you certainly don't want to get thrown out going to second and have Arterburn, your 9-hitter, lead off the next inning. Misses outside there, and it's 1-2. At least this way, you have a chance to clear the 9-hitter in the lineup with Jack Anderson out on deck. It's a beautiful sunny day here in South Carolina. 75 outside as that ball lifted into the air pretty deep to center field, but should be playable. Kedar over and reaches up to make the catch. And that will end our second inning. So the Spartans get a 2-out single from Trout, but that's it, and we'll move to the bottom of the second inning. Sullivan, Beedling, and Buckman, 2, 3, and 4 in the order, due up for Swarthmore when we return. Welcome back to Lexington County Baseball Stadium in Lexington, South Carolina. The Spartans facing an early 5-1 deficit. And they'll look to chip away at here and at the very least try to see if Kyle Geerding can settle in and give them a little bit of length in this game. Again, a 5-run first inning for Swarthmore, but 5 unearned runs against Geerding, who has now allowed 12 runs through 8 2/3 innings this season, but again, just 2 of those have been earned. And let's see if he could settle in here. There, parks a pitch on the outside corner to a dangerous hitter in Aiden Sullivan, and the count goes to 0-1. Sullivan reached on a walk and scored in the first inning. That ball grounded towards third through the infield for a base hit. So another hit against Geerding. That's the 5th he's allowed today. And the leadoff man is on for the second straight inning. The Spartans have bodies in their bullpen, although no body warming yet. But I believe in between innings, as Max Beedling, who drove in 2 runs with a base hit, 1 run with a base hit his last time up, takes the first pitch outside, ball 1, 1-0. And another off-speed pitch, that one for a strike, and the count evens 1-1. Ground ball through the left side, and that's a base hit. Pardon me, the right side of the infield. And going to third is Sullivan on the single by Beedling, his second hit of the game. And we'll see how much longer Geerding has here, as I think the Spartan bullpen now up and running. And again, a chance for Swarthmore to really break this game open now with runners at the corners and nobody out. Buckman is the batter, a dangerous hitter, 303 hitter on the year. First pitch a called strike. Buckman struck out swinging in his first at bat of the day. Now the 0-1. Throw down to first, not in time. Well, Swarthmore showing a little resiliency after losing a tough game their last time out earlier today. So that one hit in the air, left field, and Draco retreats underneath it, makes the catch. Tagging from third is Sullivan. The throw will go to second. And Alonzo didn't see it coming. Fortunately, Camphausen there to back it up. It'll be a sacrifice fly, though, for Buckman on the fly ball to left. Sullivan scores, and it's 6-1. First earned run allowed today by Geerding. One away in the frame. Runner on at first for Kittredge. So that ball grounded towards the hole, and it's a base hit. First pitch swinging, and Kittredge gets his first hit of the game. And it's first and second now with one away for Max Rothwarg, who had just a tremendous at bat his first time up. Rothwarg was behind in the count 1-2. Actually, he was behind 0-2. Took a ball, then fouled off 2 pitches before dunking a ball up the middle for a base hit that scored 2 runs, turned a 1-0 game with 2 outs into a 3-0 game. And pitch down low to Rothwarg, and it's 1-0. Six to 1, Swarthmore leading, and if you're Geerding, you've got to find a way to stop the bleeding quick. Letter high for a called strike. 1-1 now the count. Rothwarg now hitting at .313. The 2 RBIs on the year give him 11 to lead all Swarthmore players. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And that one in the dirt, and it'll roll away. Both runners move up 90 feet. And there's now 2 in scoring position with 1 away, and that takes away the potential for the double play. Beedling the runner at third. Kittredge at second now with 1 out. That one fouled away. And it's 2-2. Well, this is a big out if Geerding can get it via the strikeout here and keep the runners at second and third. Again, gives them a little bit of light to get out of this inning without any more damage. He may not have much left in this one as the 2-2. Fouled away. That was a fastball off that lower outside corner, and you wonder with Geerding here if he'll try to pair that with an off-speed pitch. Here's the 2-2 offering. Another one fouled off. That was a good pitch by Geerding. But again, it's been his tendency the last 2 seasons. He just has not missed a lot of bats. Two on the way once again. Got to try to finish off the hitter here. That's up and in. And the count now full, 3-2. First base open, but Geerding's pitch count continuing to climb. He's up to 57 now with 1 out here in the second. In the air, right field, deep enough that the run should score regardless. Now in foul territory. Harms can't make the catch. For a second, I thought he pulled it in. Nope, he did not. So it is a foul ball. And the count stays full, 3-2. Three-two pitch on the way once again from Geerding. Inside, and it hit him. That'll load the bases. So the base is now loaded with 1 away. And Matt Englander, I believe, just radioed down to the bullpen to see if his relief pitcher is ready. He is, and that will be the end of the day here for Geerding. As Englander coming out will, believe in all likelihood, get a pitching change. In fact, we will. We'll tell you who's coming in for the Spartans. In just a minute, they'll be coming into a world of trouble. Bases loaded, 1 away when we return. Six to 1 the score as we move along into the, well, we stay in the bottom of the second. 1 out, bases loaded. Jackson Brewer coming in. I hope he's listening right now while he's down there. He's not by his computer, but Mike Anderson, Jack's dad, staying upbeat, playing some air drums while More Than a Feeling. The Boston song blares on the speakers here. Fantastic job by Christopher Thompson, as always, to keep us jamming in the stands. In the meantime, Brewer will take the mound, and for Jackson, again, he pitched well in these situations in the past, and we'll see if he could get his season going. It's been a little bit of an unusual struggle for Jackson, who is yet to allow a hit through 3 innings of work this year. 2 appearances, however, he has an ERA of 6, in large part due to the fact that he has walked 6 through those 3 innings. He struck out 4. Brewer, typically the kind of guy who just does not allow a lot of walks. But like much of the Spartan pitching staff this season, he's just been plagued by throwing too many pitches out of the strike zone and issuing too many walks. This will be a big outing for him here, though, as again, the Spartan bats certainly capable of mounting a big comeback, but you don't want that hole to get too deep. 5 runs over the course of 7 innings, doable, but all of a sudden you're talking about 8, 9, 10 runs. Well, you don't want to get down that much. First pitch from Brewer is on the outside corner for a strike to Zach Kahn. It's 0-1. Kahn is 1 for 1 with a single in his last at-bat. Now the 0-1 pitch. Brewer taking his time and now delivers. And that one fouled off, and it's 0-2. You know, it's interesting. You face a team like Swarthmore coming off of the game they just came off of. Heartbreaking loss to a really good team in Baldwin Wallace. They lost 9-8, and you don't know what to expect from that team after that. As that ball lifted in the air, fouled down the first base side. Count stays at 0-2 on Kahn. You know, sometimes you get a team that comes out and just looks flat after a game like that, like their souls have been stolen. And sometimes you get this, a team that comes out looking very sharp in all aspects of the game, and that's what we've seen so far here from Swarthmore in the second game of the day. It's an 0-2 pitch from Brewer, 1 out, bases loaded, and another one fouled off. So Kahn doing a good job to stay alive here after falling into the 0-2 hole. Kahn, who wears number 31, a first year out of Austin, Texas, a lefty. Listed as a pitcher as well, but I don't believe he's thrown a pitch yet this season for Swarthmore. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that is a big second out there from Brewer. Well, I mentioned earlier the walks have been up from Brewer, but the strikeouts have been up also. And so that's a big strikeout, and now he could try to find his way to one more out here. He'll be facing Lior Kedar. And it hit him. So Kedar hit by the first pitch of the at-bat. And that will bring across a run. And it makes it 7-1 Swarthmore. And that'll bring up the 9-hitter Easton Tolston, who will bat with the bases loaded for the second time today. Tolston, a 2 RBI single in his first at bat. And takes that pitch for a called strike, 0-1. Tolson, a first year out of Allendale, Michigan. And a little off that outside corner that time. Another nice pitch from Brewer, not far off from his previous pitch. And it brings the count even at 1-1. A little low, 2-1. Ground ball, left side, base hit. 1 run in. Here comes the second. It's misplayed in the outfield by Andraco, and everyone will move up a bag. It'll be a 2 RBI single for Tolston. I think you got to give an error on that, too, in left field to Andraco. Not for the run scoring, but for Tolson moving up. And so 2 more runs cross. It's now 9-1 Swarthmore here in the second inning. And the 1-0 grounded to short. And out at first on the play is Silvestri. But the damage done once again. 4 runs on 4 hits in the inning for Swarthmore. 2 men left on, and we'll move into the top of the third. And the Spartans trailing now 9-1. Top of the order for Case Western Reserve as they'll look to break through here. Anderson, Camphausen, and Andraco due up when we return. Top of the third coming up, and the Spartans have dug themselves into a 9-1 hole. The top of the order coming up, starting with Jack Anderson, then Camphausen and Andraco to follow. Anderson 1 for 1 with a single and a run scored today. An infield hit to the shortstop his first time up. And the first pitch of the game. Here he takes the first pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1 on the inside corner from Podholm. Jack Anderson homered off Podholm last season in the first inning of the game when the two teams played each other. And hits that in the air deep towards the right center field gap. Coming over is Kedar. He dives and he makes a very nice catch in right center field. Taking a hit away from Jack Anderson. Really nice play out there by Kedar. So 1 away, base is empty for Dane Camphausen, who is now homered, not in every game the Spartans have played, but who is homered every day the Spartans have played this season. And he takes the first pitch for ball 1, 1-0. Camphausen a single his last time up. Dane now hitting at .481 on the year. And he takes the inside pitch there to bring the count to 2-0. Swing and a miss. It's 2-1. Chopper, third base side foul, and that'll bring the count even on Camphausen, 2-2. Well, mention the kind of year that Dane has had so far. I mean, it's not that long ago that the program record for home runs in a season, I believe, was 9. Dane's got 7 already this year. Dane set the record with 13 last year, but of course did that as that ball rolls away on the swinging strike 3, and Camphausen on a wild pitch will get first base here, and we'll see if the Spartans can take advantage of that. That is the second strikeout of the game for Podholm. And he'll now face Logan Andraco with a runner on at first and 1 away. Andraco popped up to second base with 2 on and nobody out in the first. He's hitting at .364 on the year and grounds the first pitch foul, 0-1. Again, this is a Case Western Reserve lineup that can overcome an 8-run deficit. We've certainly seen that ability this year. The question is, A, can they hold Swarthmore to those 9 runs, or at least close enough to it, to keep them in the game. And then B, can the Bats wake up a little bit here? They've got to get back in the game. 1-1 offering to Andreyko. 1 out. Runner at first is Camphausen. Not a stolen base threat as that one's fouled away. Dane does have a stolen base this year. One and 2 on Andreyko. Spartans trying to string together some hits. Is that one taken outside for a ball? 2 and 2. Spartans had 2 hits in the first inning. Singles by Camphausen and Anderson. That ball in the air, hit hard to center. Kedar on it again, and it goes off his glove and bounces away. Camphausen will try for third. The throw not in time. That'll be a double for Andreyko. Not sure Kedar took the best route to that one, but he had a lunge at the last second to get it. It went off his glove, but I think that'll be a double regardless for Andreyko. Camphausen to third, and it's now second and third with 1 away. And a big at-bat here for Tyler Stilson, who has driven in the only run of the game so far for the Spartans with a sacrifice fly back in the first inning. Stilson now hitting a .435, gets that one into the air, shallow left field. Camphausen going to have trouble scoring on this one. Starts to go from third, but got it in quickly. And that is a big second out. So 2 outs now for Nick Harms, who struck out swinging to end the first inning and is now hitting a .143 on the season. Well, again, if you're the Spartans here, you have to try to find a way to cash in some of these runs. That ball in the dirt. Blocked, but doesn't get far away from the catcher as the count goes to 1-0. So 2 away, 2 on. Camphausen takes the lead from third. Andreyko from second. That ball lifted behind short, but back to get his Rothward, and he puts it away for the out. So Potholm escapes trouble in the third, leaves runners stranded at second and third, and we'll move along into the bottom half of the frame. Third inning coming up, Sullivan, Beedling, and Buckman for Swarthmore, which is hit around in each of the first 2 innings. We'll be back. 9-1, Swarthmore leading when we return. Welcome back once again, everybody, as we get set to begin the third inning. The Spartans are trailing 9-1 in this one to the Garnet. Before we go any further, I do want to make an important note for tomorrow. Tomorrow's game times have all been pushed back an hour due to daylight savings. So instead of it being a 10 o'clock start for Baldwin Wallace and Case Western Reserve, that's now going to be 11 a.m. Give everyone a little extra time to wake up. Ithaca and Arcadia will make their Spartan Southern Classic debuts at 2:30, and then at 6 o'clock, Instead of 5 o'clock, it'll be Arcadia and Swarthmore. So again, if you are looking at a schedule and you had everything written down ahead of time, everything has been pushed back 1 hour tomorrow. 1 hour. Good thing to keep in mind. Sullivan leading things off here and takes the pitch in the dirt for a ball. And it's 1-0. Jackson Brewer, who let 3 runs, not of his own record, in last inning. That one hit hard up the middle, but positioned perfectly as Arterburn. The throw is in the dirt, but scooped by Camphausen. No, he doesn't scoop it, and it gets away, and that'll be an error on the throw by Arterburn that allows the runner Sullivan to reach. So once again, a runner on. 3rd error of the game already for the Spartans. 3rd straight inning. The leadoff man has been on for Swarthmore. As that pitch taken in the dirt, ball 1 by Beedling, 1-0. Beedling at the plate, 2 for 2, an RBI single and a run scored in the first, then singled and scored a run in the second. He's hitting at .368 on the year. Pitch is low from Brewer, 2-0. Beedling from San Francisco, California, a senior right-handed hitter. Pardon me, left-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Pitch taken for a strike, 2-1. Nobody out, runner at first. 2-1 from Brewer. Popped in the air behind third base. Going to be a challenge for Stilson, who along the line makes the grabs. Now, the tricky part with that one isn't necessarily making the catch. The tricky part is finding that ball. But good job by Stilson to do that. You could see the contact against Brewer has not been great so far, even though he did get touched up a little bit in that previous inning. That one bunted out in front of the plate. Actually, the side of the plate there, as Anderson is able to field it in foul territory. It's 0-1 on Buckman. Buckman 0 for 1, a strikeout swinging in the first and a sacrifice fly in the second. We have the final line on Kyle Geerding, who threw 59 pitches over an inning and a third, allowed 7 hits and 1 walk, gave up 9 runs, 4 of them earned, struck out 2. Not an ideal outing for Geerding, as the bunt there pulled back and taken for ball 1, 1-1 on Buckman. And I apologize in advance if that scoreboard on the broadcast is a little bit off. It's my first game of the year here. I'm trying to get into a good rhythm. That one misses up high, 2-1. I promise you I'll be better, if not perfect, by the end of the week. Two-one, runner goes, throw down to second, not in time. Count goes to 3-1 at the plate. Sullivan gets the stolen base. That's his 3rd of the year, and he's now in scoring position for Buckman with 1 away. 3-1 count on Buckman. And down and in, ball 4. Well, some quick facts here for Swarthmore. So they have scored 9 runs so far. Of those 9 runs, 7 have been with 2 outs. So that one popped foul and out of play. Again, the Spartans, and it's been a little bit of a problem throughout the year, have had some trouble finishing off hitters and finishing off innings. And that's one of those things, you know, for years, people have tried to measure intangibles, and I think that's one of the better measurements of intangibles to a certain extent. Is that ball grounded short? Could be 2 if they hurry. Arterburn flips to second for 1, on to first, and it is not in time. A little bit slow to develop, both by Arterburn and Alonso on the turn, and it'll instead go as a fielder's choice for the second out of the inning, a 6-4 putout as Sullivan moves on to third. Buckman out on the play. Kittredge is on at first, so runners on the corners now, and we'll get back to the idea here now of trying to finish off an inning if you're a Brewer and try to keep that runner Sullivan at third. Batter is Rothwarg, who has singled and been hit by a pitch so far today. He's driven in 2, scored 1. Actually scored 2 as well. Takes the first pitch there for a ball, and it's 1-0. Rothwarg now hitting a .313 on the season. Again, we thank you for joining us today. If you're in the ballpark and watching, you could tune in as well via a traditional broadcast radio. We're at 89.3 FM today. I think we've knocked out an oldies station in the area here. Maybe a smooth jazz station or 2 in the vicinity of 89.3. Throw down to third, not in time. Stilson wasn't covering the bag. As count goes to 2-1 at the plate. Some Spartan fans listening and maybe wanting the smooth jazz to come back on here any minute now, the way the game has gone early on for Case Western Reserve. 2-1. Ground ball at third base. Stilson has it. He'll go the short way to second, right on target to Alonso for the out. And that ends the inning, and a good job there to work around some trouble by Brewer as Swarthmore held scoreless in an inning for the first time in this one, and we'll move to the top of the fourth as the Spartans hope to get back on the comeback trail here, down 9-1 after 3. It'll be Alonso, Smith, and Trout due up when we return. Well, the Spartans looking to get back on the right side of things here, trailing 9-1 after 3. Case Western Reserve, the visiting team in today's game. It'll be Alonso, Smith, and Trout to lead things off here. Alonso popped out in foul territory to first base his first time up. Alonso had a really nice spring break trip down here in Lexington last year. Had a 2-home-run game at one point. First pitch misses inside to Alonso, and it's 1-0. And again, really, Alonso cemented himself in an everyday role for the Spartans last season. He pops this one up. Should be in the infield. Shortstop Rothwarg is there. Puts it away for the out. And Alonso pops out for the second time today. Podholm up to just 43 pitches now as he has kept his pitch count down. Jay Smith will now be the batter. Smith 0 for 1 with a ground out to second. And Jay takes the first pitch, strike 0-1. Here's the 1-1. Down low, 1-1. Now the 1-1 on the way. Up and out, 2-1. Podholm sets and delivers. Line drive, and that's down in right center field for a base hit. Smith rounds the corner hard at first, but slams on the brakes, and he'll retreat there with a single. Jay Smith continuing to collect hits right now. Gets his first of the game. The Spartans' fifth, and a one-out base runner for Case Western Reserve for Matt Trout, who had an infield single his last time up. Trout singled to shortstop back in the second inning. Trout is a guy who certainly, again, looks the part of a baseball player. He's got that baseball player build, tall, lanky, good levers. Again, I think when he struggles is when he lets that swing get a little bit long. If he could keep it short and tight, he's got power, he's got extra base power, he's got good speed, he plays a great center field. Lifts that in the air, right field. Coming in hard and in foul territory, making the catch, is the right fielder Sullivan for the second out. Sullivan was about a step into foul territory. So 2 outs now for Nate Arterburn at the plate. Arterburn hitting him 182, 0 for 1, flew out to center field in his last at bat. Pickoff attempt to first. I'm not 100% sure. I've been trying to figure this out since the previous game against Baldwin Wallace. As a called strike there. I'm not exactly sure how Swarthmore is calling pitches in this one. I believe they're using a combination of pitch comm and an armband. So they'll get the call on the pitch comm and then relate it to the armband. Is that ball in the air? Center field. Coming in is Kedar. Makes another diving catch out there. Lior Kedar has played a fantastic center field today for Swarthmore, and he takes another hit away from a Spartan as Arterburn flies out to end the frame. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left on. We'll move into the bottom of the fourth. 9-1 the score. Swarthmore leading when we come back. Check 1-2. Satcon leading things off in the 4th inning, bottom of the 4th, against Jackson Brewer. Fouls back the first pitch, and it's 0-1. 9-1. Swarthmore with a big lead here, trying to split the opening day of the Spartan Southern Classic. Is that ball in the air? Deep towards left, but Andreyko has room. Over towards the line now, reaches out, makes the catch, and there is one gone. Liar Kedar, who has been hit by a pitch twice today. The last time was against Brewer, and came with the bases loaded, brought across a run. And he takes that a little outside for ball 1, 1-0. But Kedar's big contribution today has been in center field, where, my gosh, he is having himself a day defensively out there. He's made a couple of really nice catches. Another one down and away, ball 2, 2-0. Kedar, a first-year player of Newtown, Pennsylvania. A lot of young players on this Swarthmore team that have looked good so far. That one's down low, 3-0. And ball 4. So 4 pitches all out of the strike zone as Brewer issues the walk. That's his second walk along with a hit batter so far today. Kedar's been on base all 3 times in the game. And now coming to plate will be Easton Tolson, who is having himself a game. 4 RBIs through the first 2 innings of this game. A pair of 2 RBI singles, each coming with the bases loaded. Hitting here with 1 on and 1 out as Brewer throws over. And again, Tolson came into the game just 5 of 29 with 4 RBIs through the first 8 games of the season. And again, now 2 for 2 with 4 RBIs so far in this one. He squares the bunt here. Runner goes. Pitch is taken for a strike. Throw goes down. Tag is not in time. It's a stolen base for Kedar. And the count goes to 0-1 at the plate. Stolen base number 2 on the season for Kedar, who has a large lead at second. And that pitch taken outside by Tolson. 1-1 the count. Brewer can give the Spartans some length out of the bullpen. He's built to do that. Not a 2 or 3 inning guy necessarily. He could give you 5 or 6 if he keeps going strong here. Frankly, the Spartans need to eat up whatever he can at this point. 1-2 now the count on Tolson, the 9-hitter. Here's the 1-2. Long wait for Brewer. Now to the plate. Chopper, first base side. Easy play there for Camphausen, who bends down, jogs it to the bag himself for the out. And there are 2 gone as Kedar moves up to third. The Spartans will gladly trade the 90 feet for an out at first. And the batter now will be Matthew Sylvester, who takes the first pitch down low for a ball. Good block there by Anderson as the count goes to 1-0. 9-1, Swarthmore with the lead here. And a called strike brings the count to 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Outside corner, that is where Brewer has lived today. And it's 1-2. There is action in the Spartans' bullpen. And I think that may be designed to kind of limit Brewer here. If you're down 9-1, you don't want to spend Brewer all today as a swing and a miss for strike 3. And that ends the 4th. No runs, no hits, no errors. A man left on base after a 1-out walk, and we'll move into the 5th. Top of the order for the Spartans. It'll be the 3rd time today Anderson has led off an inning. Anderson, Camphausen, and Andraco when we return. Well, 5th inning coming up, and if you're the Spartans, you don't have to eat the whole steak at once, but you want to start taking a few bites out of it, down 9-1 as we move to the 5th. The pitcher is missing his wristband, I think. Potholm, and I think it's going to pitch without it here, it appears, is Jack Anderson, who swings at the first pitch, lifts it in the air, left field, deep but playable out there, is retreating and making the catch is Sylvester for the first out of the inning. And there's one quickly retired here. So that'll bring Dane Camphausen to the plate, who's 1 for 2 on the day, a single, a strikeout swinging. He did reach base on a wild pitch after striking out his last time up in the 3rd. And Dane leading all of Division III with 7 home runs this season. Hits that in the air, deep towards center. Now right center field, it's Kedar, and there's been 2 pitches and 2 outs so far here in the 5th. And now Logan Andraco will come to the plate. So Andraco batting, his team down 9, 2 outs, and the base is empty in the 5th. Andraco doubled in his last at bat. Takes that pitch for a called strike, and it's 0-1. He's also popped out. Andraco batting at .391 on the year. Stilson waiting out on deck. Andraco reached for that one, fouled it back, and it's 0-2. I'll mention this at the top of the broadcast, but one of the interesting things about this year is that there is an automatic bid for the UAA. And so if you're the Spartans, unlike previous years where really every game had an impact on whether or not you would make the tournament, you're at a point now where if you're Case Western Reserve, where you could still, spend a couple of weeks figuring things out if you need to and really turn it on for conference play. And it's going to be the regular season winner. Is that one misses outside, ball 2-2-2. The conference regular season winner gets the automatic bid. And so you've got some time to figure it out if you're the Spartans. Swing and a miss at a change up there for strike 3, and Andreyko down swinging. 1-2-3 inning for Podholm, who's looked great today. We'll move to the bottom of the 5th. It's 9-1. Due up for Swarthmore is Sullivan, Beedling, and Buckman. 2, 3, and 4 in their order when we come back. Bottom of the 5th inning coming up. It's 9-1. Swarthmore with the lead. Jackson Brewer has pitched well in relief, but came into the game with the bases loaded as the first pitch to Sullivan down low for ball 1. Sullivan hitting at .433. 1 for 2 in the game. Been on base all 3 times on a walk, a single, and an error. That went in the air deep towards center. Trout going back, still going back at the wall. Reaches up and he pulls it in for the out. Well, said earlier while he was batting that Matt Trout is a real good, speedy center fielder. He had to run a long way to get to that one, but it held up just long enough for him to pull it in for the out. And a big first out there to begin the 5th. One out now is Sullivan retired. Beedling up at the plate. He's 2 for 3 in the game. Squares to bunt there, fouls it off, and it's 0-1. Beedling now hitting at .350 on the year. (9-1). The Spartans down in this one. They've dug out of some holes so far this year, and we've seen it. That's down low for a ball, 1-1. But again, as this game goes on, the task becomes a little bit more challenging inning by inning to try to overcome an 8-run deficit. And Podholm is a guy who has pitched well now in his 1+ starts against the Spartans. Here's a 2-1 offering. Down low, ball 3, 3-1. And low, ball 4. Third walk issued by Brewer. It's now 7 walks this season. Pardon me. Get you the right number here. As Buckman steps to the plate. For Brewer, that is now 10 walks this year. And again, for comparison's sake, he walked just 9 batters all of last season through 45 innings of work. And so just not the Jackson Brewer that we're used to seeing. Big swing and a miss there. It's 0-2 on Buckman. Buckman walked in his last at bat. He also has a strikeout swinging and a sacrifice fly today. And that's through for a base hit. So Buckman singles through the right side of the infield. First and second now with one away. Batter will be Nathaniel Kittredge. Kittredge 1 for 3 in the game. Single and a run scored back in the second. It's down low. Sun's starting to set here. Probably be down in the next half an hour, 45 minutes or so. That one popped up in the infield. Brewer underneath it. Called off by Stilson. Good job by Jack Anderson to direct traffic a little in the infield as well. And it's a pop out for the second out of the inning. So Beedling holds at second. Buckman at first. Rothwarg now the batter. 1 for 3 in the game. A 2 RBI single and a run scored in the first. Was hit by a pitch and scored a run in the second. And reached on a fielder's choice in the third. Brewer on the mound. Swing and foul tip back. 0-1. Oh, and 2 now. And Brewer could work through another scoreless inning here. Would be his third straight scoreless inning in relief. Here's the 0-2. Ground ball hit up towards the middle. Second baseman Alonso has it. His throw goes to first. No one's covering second. Throw goes to second. The tag not in time. Tag might have been applied a little bit high. It'll go as an infield hit. Everyone moves up a bag. Good job there by Alonso to keep that ball in the infield. He had to go a long way to get it. But at the very least, that keeps the runner from scoring. If that one trickles into the outfield, there's a halfway decent chance that Swarthmore scores here. Instead, it stays at 9-1 for the moment, at least, as that ball in the dirt to Zach Kahn. 1 for 3 in the game with a single and a run scored. Counts now 1-0. Two and 0. Called strike, 2-1. Popped up. Left field, long run for Andreyko. And he made the catch for the out. Boy, oh boy. You know, the call did not come from the umpire in the field. It came from the home plate umpire. I think everyone was waiting for somebody to make a call there. Either way, it'll be the third out of the inning, and that'll end it. Swarthmore scoreless in the fifth. No runs, 2 hits. They leave the bases loaded. Top of the sixth coming up, Stilson, Harms, and Alonso. 4, 5, and 6 in the Spartans' order when we come back. It's been a real nice game for Noah Podholm on the mound for Swarthmore. 5 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 3 strikeouts, no walks. Very similar to his outing last year against the Spartans. Again, he's a guy who's just going to fill the strike zone, make sure that he doesn't give up anything that hard hit, and let his defense do the work behind him. And it's been a good mix so far here today. It'll be Stilson, Harms, and Alonso. 4, 5, and 6 in the order due up here as Stilson takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. Stilson, a sac fly and a fly out to left so far today. And he's ahead in the count, 2-0. That went up high, ball 3. And Podholm yet to hit a batter today. I wonder if that gives Stilson a little extra argument here to swing 3-0, as you got a guy who's, like he did there, has the ability to put the ball in the strike zone when he wants to. Probably not trying to pitch around anyone at this point, but Stilson waits patiently and takes it for a strike. So it's 3-1. And it misses outside, ball 4. So the first walk drawn today by the Spartans here comes to lead off the 6th inning with the team trailing 9-1. And now Nick Harms will be the batter. Again, just Spartans just trying to get what they can here. Try to climb back into this game. Make the last few innings a bit more exciting if possible. As Harms cranks that one down the left field side. Tailing off foul, and will get out of play as it lands in the home bullpen down the third base side, 0-1. That is a pitch that when Harms is feeling it a little bit better, he pulls that ball. And I think it's a sign of where he is right now, that ball went to left field instead of over the right field wall. That was a hittable pitch for Nick. And you see the Spartans being aggressive early in the count right now. And again, I think some of that is a mid-game adjustment, knowing that Podholm has been a guy who has been in the strike zone all day. Problem with Podholm is he's tough to hit. He could be in the strike zone all he wants. He's still a hard pitcher to hit, as the Spartans have shown. Ball 1, 1-1 the count. That ball laced into the gap in right center field, and that'll get down for extra bases. Harms will head towards second. Waved around third is Stilson. He'll score. Harms is trying for third. The throw not in time as it bounces away. Well, maybe a sign of the team starting to string some hits together as Harms triples into the right center field gap to drive in Stilson. And now Franco Alonso to the plate. And again, Alonso in a position here where you certainly can drive Harms in with an out, as that's down low. Alonso 0 for 2, couple pop-outs today. But you really here, if you're Alonso, need to be thinking not so much driving in the run as you are about trying to keep it going right now, because one run here makes it a 6-run game. You want to try to see if you could get on base. So that misses down low, especially now that Pothole may be showing some signs of, I don't want to call it fatigue, but maybe just not quite as on point as he's been throughout the rest of this game. That ball lined down the right field line, and it is a fair ball. Another extra base hit for the Spartans. Coming in to score is Harms. Alonso to second. And it's now a 9-3 game. The other thing to keep in mind right now, if you're the Spartans and you're starting to rally a bit here, as I believe the pitching coach coming out for Swarthmore. But an important thing to keep in mind is that Swarthmore in the first game of the day went 11 innings against Baldwin Wallace and used a lot of their arms. So they used Michelangelo Duva for 3 innings. They used Daniel Lombardo for an inning. Zach Pothoff, not to be confused with Noah Potholm, has been the most used arm out of the bullpen this season for Swarthmore. He went 2 innings in the first game, 27 pitches. I doubt we'll see him today. Jeremy Jensen went 2 innings. And Aiden Tinker threw 12 pitches. Took the loss. Now, the guy who I would imagine is ticketed for this game is going to be Ian Bourne, who's pitched in 4 games out of the bullpen. As that one hit hard but foul by Jay Smith, who singled in his last at-bat. But again, if you're Smith at the plate here, Alonso on at second base, and you have to keep trying to move the line forward here right now. Called strike on the outside corner, 0-2. Jay didn't like that call. I think he thought it was outside as he turned to the home plate umpire, kind of cocked his head as if to say, really? And protecting the plate that time, fouling it off. And I will tell you, that is an excellent job by Jay Smith. It's smart pitching by Noah Potholm, who just saw a pitch on the outside corner. Smith clearly didn't like it, thought it was a ball. And so what do you do if you're Potholm? You look to expand the strike zone in that direction. It's exactly what he did. And Smith wisely, after getting called for that, protecting the plate, throwing the bat at the outside pitch just to stay alive. I mean, he throws another one off. You know, it's one of those baseball plays that doesn't show up in a box score, but when you watch it, I mean, it's playing the game the way it's meant to be played. It's just smart. By both the pitcher and the hitter. It's one of the reasons why I love the game personally. It's the chess match that you get. That one hit up towards the middle and stopped by the shortstop. Throw to first, not in time. Actually, he eats the ball. And it's another hit, an infield single for Jay Smith. A good job by the shortstop, Rothward, to keep that on the infield. If it goes through, there's a good chance Alonso scores from second. Instead, it'll be runners on the corners, still nobody out. First 4 base runners have reached here in the 6th for the Spartans. And now Matt Trout will be the batter. 1 for 2 in the game with a single and a fly out to right. Foul tips that one. Looked like it went off his foot as he shakes off the appendage. don't know, is the foot an appendage or is the leg the appendage and the foot is just attached to it? I don't know. No, we got some pre-med guys on the team. That ball in the air should be deep enough, I think, to maybe not to get the run in. It's caught out in left field. And holding at third is Alonso for the first out of the inning. So Trout flies out. Oh, a big at bat here for Nate Arterburn with runners on the corners and one away. Again, outs are becoming a precious commodity in this one for the Spartans at this point. Down 6 in the top of the 6th. The bat's starting to wake up this inning. And that one is popped up first base side, foul territory. And making the catch for a big second out there is the first baseman, Kahn. Now back to the top of the order, and Jack Anderson will come up. Anderson's hit the ball hard 3 times today, but just 1 hit to show for it, and it was an infield single. This is a big at-bat for Jack, who's hitting a .276. And again, the Spartans need runs. They've got one at third. They had the runner at third with nobody out. Anderson has to cash the runner in here. First pitch inside, ball 1. Anderson thought it nicked off his arm. Doesn't argue that much. As the count goes to 1-0. 9-3 the score. 2 runs across this inning for the Spartans. But more work to do. Throw down to first, not in time. The Spartans put on the first and third play relatively often, but I don't know they're looking to do that here in a situation where you have one of your better hitters, one of the better hitters in the country at the plate. That ball hit hard towards short. Throw to second is in time to get the out, and Rothwarg made a nice play there to end the inning. Good job by Rothwarg to smother it and throw on to second to get Smith out there, and that ends the 6th. We'll move along to the bottom of the frame. 9-3 the score. In the bottom of the 6th coming up, 8, 9, and 1 for Swarthmore. Kedar, Tolson, and Sylvester when we return. New pitcher on the mound for the Spartans will be Eric Colgrove, who will be making just his 2nd appearance of the year, and the Spartans will turn to him here to try to eat up some innings. Colgrove, out of Los Altos, California, Los Altos High School, a 6'2 righty, 165 pounds. Made his debut in the team's season opener against Mount Union, and the good news for Colgrove is that the only way for him here is up. After what was a bit of a disastrous first outing, he walked 3, hit a batter, allowed all 4 runners to score, had a wild pitch. And so, again, you could chalk it up to an early season cold outing, a college debut that might have been a bit nervy, and now hopefully he could settle in here and get that ERA down a little bit as he tries to put together a few solid innings for the Spartans. Colgrove is a guy that Case Western Reserve was looking at as a potential starter for this year. And I think they want to see a little bit more out of him over the course of the next few days. Get a bit of a better read, as this is a pretty young pitching, not only a rotation, but a pretty young group all over. A young group of pitchers, I should say. Colgrove, one of those first years. As his first pitch on the way, swing and a miss, and it's 0-1 to Kedar. Kedar has reached base all 3 times. He's been hit by a pitch twice, walked once. His average at 300 for the season. Same place it started the day. Down and in for a ball, 1-1. Colgrove kind of slingshots that ball in there. You could see that he's going to be a tough guy for right-handed hitters to read. Chopper, third base side foul, 1-2. Trying to see, but it looks like he works from the middle of the rubber. And that's right in there. Called strike 3. Looked like a changeup that Kedar wasn't expecting. 1-2, and he gets frozen at the plate for the first out of the inning, and that'll now bring up the 9-hitter, Easton Tolson. So congratulations to Eric Colgrove on his first collegiate out. And I'm sure many more to come for the young man. A little low with that first pitch. Nice job by Jack Anderson to try to frame it on that outside corner as the count goes to 1-0. 9-3 the score here in the bottom of the 6th. Up high, 2-0. Called strike, 2-1. Two and two the count. Well, you can understand why the Spartans like Colgrove. Has the 2-2 on the way. So you can see it, you know, again, trying to learn pitch mixes here for guys and how it works. And you know, as they take them out for the first time, I'm seeing them at least. Here's his 3-2. And a swing and a miss. And boy, that pitch is a weapon. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the inning for Colgrove. Now back to the top of the order. First pitch on the way to Sylvester is down and in, ball 1. Sylvester hitting at 345. 0 for 4 in this game, but did have a key play early on, reached on an error, and that resulted in 500 runs in the first inning. Called strike, 1-1. 2 outs here, 6th inning. 1-1 the count on Sylvester. Ground ball softly to the first base side. Camphausen with it, stumbles, gets it out of his glove. Underhand flip to Colgrove, who is Johnny on the spot covering at first. And that ends the inning. Nice inning from Colgrove, who will bring that ERA well down from the infinite number he began the day at. And again, you can't say enough about the young man for bouncing back from a rocky first outing and showing his ability here in the 6th inning of this game. We'll move along into the 7th. The Spartans trail by 6. Camphausen, Andraco, and Stilson trying to get something started for Case Western Reserve when we come back. Noah Podholm pitching into the 7th inning here. 6 innings, 8 hits, 3 runs, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts for Podholm, who has spent most of the day baffling the Spartans' bats, including Dane Camphausen, who comes to the plate just 1 for 3 on the day, now hitting a .448 on the year. Might be the last at bat of the game for Dane, potentially. And again, this would be, as hard as it is to believe, the Spartans have now played, including today, 5 days this year. And Dane has homered in each of them. If not every game, he's homered in every day for the Spartans this season. The 1-0 to Camphausen. Outside corner for a strike, 1-1. The Spartans need to try to chase Podholm from this game. A little low with the changeup. It's 2-1. Camphausen, a guy who certainly has the ability to do that. 7 home runs this season, 51 for his career now. Chopper, shortstop, tough hop, knocks the shortstop rough rock backwards. The throw to first, not in time. Infield hit for Camphausen. Dane, for a man of his size, and prodigious size it is, 6'8", 260. He's not slow on the base pass. Now, is he going to win the 60-meter dash at the Olympics? No, but I guess it would be the 100-meter dash at the Olympics. But that being said, he's not slow for a man of his size. And he was able to beat that down the line. Good base running there for Camphausen. And it's now 1-0 on Andraco with an infield hit for Camphausen there. 9th hit of the game for the Spartans. Andraco takes a fastball on the outside portion of the plate for a strike, and it's 1-1. Outside, 2-1. The Spartans are this game, we're yet to see a home run in this game. We did see 2 in the first game of the day, both hit by Swarthmore, as that's inside for a ball, 3-1. Tomorrow will be significantly cooler out. It looks like temperatures in the 50s tomorrow. As the 3-1 pitch. Outside, ball 4. Point being, with the temperatures, the ball will probably travel a bit better today than we'll see it go tomorrow. But now, first and second, and a man who certainly has the capability of hitting a home run steps to the plate, as Tyler Stilson will be the batter. Action beginning in the bullpen, as Stilson cranks that in the air deep towards right field. Back on it, though, is Sylvester, and he will make the catch for the out. First out of the inning. First pitch swinging was Stilson. Hit it hard, just right at someone, and there's one gone. So that'll bring Nick Harms to the plate. And again, we've been waiting for Harms to really break out. He's 1 for 3 in this one with an RBI single. Pardon me, an RBI triple, excuse me, in his last at bat. Again, he's starting to swing the bat a bit better. Had a tough opening weekend, as he takes a called strike there. It always sort of feels like the Spartans' offense really gets going when Nick Harms really gets going. Good cut of that pitch. Just missed it as he fouls it back 0-2. See if Harms can get a big hit here. One big swing from Harms, and the Spartans are right back in this game. Instead, he pokes that one foul. Good job to stay alive. Count stays at 0-2. Harms yet to hit a home run this season. The triple was just his 2nd extra base hit, just his 4th hit overall this year. Hits that softly into right field, charging and making the catch in Camphausen. Everyone was caught off the bag, and the throw goes to first. Tag is applied for the out, and I'm not sure people realized how many outs there were there. Well, that is a costly mistake for the Spartans, who get the first 2 runners on in the inning and end up with nothing to show for it as we move into the bottom of the 7th. 7th inning stretch time here at Lexington County Baseball Stadium, and it's 9-3, Swarthmore with the lead. Well, it's just been that kind of a day so far for the Spartans, who run themselves out of a chance in the top of the 7th inning, now trailing 9-3 as we move into the bottom of the 7th. 2, 3, and 4 in the order to face Colgrove, who had a 1-2-3 first inning of work, and the first pitch delivered to Aiden Sullivan on the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. Here's the 0-1 offering. In the air, deep towards right field. Back is Harms, still going back and over, and makes the catch. Harms had to track that one a long way, but it hung up there long enough for him to pull it in for the first out of the inning, and there is one gone. Well, again, said this earlier, but if you're the Spartans, and certainly if you're a pitcher on this staff right now, you have time, if you are a Case Western Reserve, to figure out what your pitching rotation looks like, what your bullpen looks like, who are the arms you could count on. You know, the good news, again, if you are a Case Western Reserve, is that there's a path to the tournament that does not involve measuring every single win and every single loss you have during the season, plugging into a formula and seeing if you're good enough to make it in. That has not been the case ever, at least in this team's recent history since joining the UAA. They have that now. So, not to say that these games don't matter. Every game matters. But early season losses may not necessarily keep you out of the tournament. That being said, you've got time to figure out where you are, what's going on, to prep yourself for the UAA season. Win enough UAA games, you're in the tournament. Win the conference and you're in. But the Spartans have some things they need to figure out in short order. Another called strike, third strikeout of the game for Colgrove, as Beedling goes down looking, and there are 2 gone. So 2 outs now, a chance for another quick inning for Colgrove. As that misses outside, 1-0. And he went around, 1-1. Buckman on the day, 1 for 2 with an RBI and a walk. It's been all singles so far for Swarthmore in this one. Swarthmore with 10 hits in the game. All 10 have been base hits. No doubles, no triples, no home runs, but it's been enough to get the job done. They've taken advantage of some early wildness by the Spartans. It's been a good job, though, by the Spartan bullpen that has pitched excellent here. The combination of Colgrove and Brewer. Colgrove gets another strikeout, his 4th through 2 innings, and we'll move along to the 8th. Another 1-2-3 inning. 8th inning coming up. Alonzo, Smith, and Trout due up when we return. Welcome back to 89.3 Smooth Jazz on your radio dials here, or if you're joining us via the webcast, it's just your regular old Spartan broadcast here on, I guess it's not opening day. It's not a home opener for the Spartans, but it feels like one for me. It's the first time I've seen this team play in person this year, and the first game I've gotten into broadcast, so it's always fun. Year number 10 for me here with the Spartans. I'm John Schwartz. Again, a new feature of the broadcast this year. Thank you to Donnie Barnes, father of Zach Barnes, who purchased a radio transmitter. I don't know the technical term for it, but either way, it's a fancy machine that allows us to broadcast via radio signal if you're in the vicinity. And by vicinity, I mean probably within, 1,000 feet or so of the antenna. You should be able to pick us up, listen on the ballpark to a live broadcast. Franco Alonso at the plate, squares the bunt, pulls it back. Takes a called strike and it's 0-1. Alonso doubled down the right field line his last time up. He's 1 for 3 in the game today. RBI double for Alonso. He's facing a new pitcher. As he takes that down low, it's 1-1. New pitcher on the mound is number 19, Ian Bourne, the lefty. Bourne, a first year out of Somerville, Massachusetts. As that one's in the dirt. He has been heavily used in his first year. Bourne 2-0 through 4 appearances with a 5.14 ERA, 7 innings pitched. He's walked 5, struck out 4. He's allowed 8 hits. 333 opponent's average. Misses outside there, I believe, and the count goes to 3-1. Well, the Spartans are happily done, at least for the day, with Noah Potholm. As Alonso taking all the way there and takes a called strike 2, 3-2 full count. Potholm's final line, 7 innings, 9 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, in line for the win. It would be his second of the year if he holds on for it. Alonso rips that one left field and deep, and it's over the head of the left fielder, and stays in play. Alonso will head into second, and he's got his second straight double. And the Spartans with the leadoff man on here and in scoring position in the 8th. So with the left-handed pitcher on the mound, Case Western Reserve will go to the bench here as Jay Smith, who had a couple hits in the game, will give way to Carson Walker, the right-handed hitter. Walker looking for his first hit of the season. Limited action so far for Carson. 0 for 2 at the plate. First pitch on the way to Walker. And a swing and a miss. Big cut there from Walker on an off-speed pitch, brings the count to 0-1. Walker had a nice game last year against Swarthmore, went 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Had a double in there as well. As that ball in the dirt gets away, Walker takes it for a ball, and Alonso moves up to third. On a wild pitch. And it's a 1-1 count. So once again, the Spartans threatening early in an inning. See if they can cash in. Up and out, 2-1. There is more action in the Swarthmore bullpen currently. See if we get a number for you. Looks to be number 34 out there. As David Herron. That one cued down the first baseline foul. 2-2 on Walker. Herron, a freshman out of Seattle, Washington. 2-2 the count on Walker. Runner at third, nobody out. Bourne on the hill takes a look at his wristband to see what pitch is called for here. Here's his 2-2 offering. And that one poked towards short. With the infield back, scoring easily as Alonso. Throw is in the dirt, but dug out nicely by Zach Kahn for the out, and it'll be an RBI ground out there for Walker. Again, the Spartans happy to get a run there. But at the same time, it's still a 5-run deficit with just 5 outs left to work with. Now the base is empty, and Matt Trout will be the batter. First pitch to Trout. A little bit behind it, fouls it back, and it's 0-1. Trout hitting at 250. 1 for 3 in the game today. He's hit the ball hard a couple times, though. Here's the 0-1. Another one foul back, 0-2. Trout settling back in. Outside, ball 1, 1-2. Trout had a really nice first year with the Spartans at the plate, especially late in that season. He really came along. As he gets under that one, skies it deep towards left, but room in left field, and on the edge of the warning track, making the catch is Sylvester for the second out of the inning. So 2 away now for Nate Arterburn. Bases are empty. Arterburn down to 167 on the year, 0 for 3 today. See if he could get a big hit here. Takes it down and away from Bourne, 1-0. 2-0. Jack Anderson waiting out on deck, hoping to get a shot here. And that one's let her high on the outer portion of the plate for a strike, 2-1. Swarthmore scored all 9 of their runs over the first 2 innings. All 9 runs charged against Kyle Geerding, just 4 of them earned. He gave up 5 in the first, all unearned, then 4 in the second. 3 of those came after he left the game with the bases loaded. Jackson Brewer allowed all 3 inherited runners to score, but then did not allow anything else the rest of the game. That one's fouled away, 2-2 on Arterburn. As I said, did not allow another run the rest of the game, and since coming in, Eric Colgrove has pitched 2 perfect innings. He's looked very sharp on the mound. In the dirt, ball 3, full count, 3-2. Well, this game could turn quickly if you're the Spartans with the guys that are coming up next, but you want to try to get some men on there with Anderson and Camphausen looming. And Arterburn turned on that one, sprayed it foul, and the count stays 3-2. Bourne now 21 pitches deep into this inning. He's allowed 1 hit, a double to Alonso, who moved up to third on a wild pitch and then scored on a ground out by Carson Walker. That made it a 9-4 game. And that one tipped to stay alive. Arterburn just getting a piece of it. Count is full, 3-2. 2 away in the inning. Oh, an excuse me swing from Arterburn, as that pitch came a bit further inside than I think he was anticipating, and got the bat on what would have been ball 4 as he turned away from it. 9th pitch of the at-bat coming up. And a swing and foul tipped, and it's in the dirt. And Arterburn again staying alive. Fun little battle here. And again, while in a 5-run game, this may seem somewhat insignificant, it's not because of the batters who are coming out on deck. 3-2 again. Swung on off the pitcher up the middle and through for a base hit. On the 10th pitch of the at-bat, Nate Arterburn coming through with a single up the middle. And that maybe opens up the door just a little bit for the Spartans here, who will send 2 preseason All-Americans to the plate next, in Jack Anderson and Dane Camphausen. And again, Anderson, who's certainly capable of reaching in any scenario, and Camphausen, who's capable of clearing the bases in any scenario. Dane doing some light calisthenics in the batter's box or in the on-deck circle, hoping to get his shot here. Anderson awaits and takes the first pitch, lower outside corner for a strike, 0-1. Jack's average at 267. Normally he has a hot week right about now and lifts that average closer to 400. Swings and misses. Jack, in his 6th season of collegiate baseball, I believe made his college debut on this field in 2020. He got the 2 extra years due to COVID and due to the fact that he's a law student currently. He's a 2nd-year law student at Case Western Reserve. Behind in the count here, 0-2. Bourne delivers, and that one tipped back. It caught the umpire. Home plate umpire seems to be okay. Normally this is one, or at least in past years, you see the catcher walk the ball out to the umpire, but, you know, with some of these pace of play rules now, I'm not sure if you could do that anymore without getting charged a mound visit. 0-2 on the way once again. In the dirt. Ball 1, 1-2. Good job to hold there by Arterburn. You don't want to risk getting thrown out on that play. It's not worth it in this scenario. Jack Anderson at the plate, the graduate student trying to find a way on base, give Dane Camphausen a shot to have a blast. Arterburn dives back in on the pickoff attempt. Another throw over by Bourne. Again, I understand being careful here. I don't fault him for throwing over. Arterburn yet to attempt to steal this year, though. And again, it's not a stolen base situation right now. Anderson lifts that one deep towards right, but playable. And over to make the catch is Sullivan for the out. And that will end the inning. So the Spartans get a run, but they'll be down at least 5 heading into the 9th. Swarthmore coming up here in the bottom of the 8th with a 9-4 lead. It'll be Kittredge, Rothwarg, and Condu up when we return. Pitching change, 16. New pitcher on the mound for the Spartans is Austin McGowan. Austin, the junior. A 6'1", 200-pound right-handed pitcher. McGowan, when he is at his best, is tough. He's got a really good curveball, good velocity on the fastball, but, you know, a lot of times it's a similar story, at least over his career, to a lot of the Spartan pitchers. He's got to throw strikes to be effective. This year, though, he's done a good job limiting the walks, just 2 2 1/3 innings. He has hit 3 batters, however. He's given up 4 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks, 1 strikeout, an 11.57 ERA. See if he could lower that here. The Spartans' bullpen, besides the 3 inherited runners allowed in the second inning, has not allowed a run in this game. That is 5 straight scoreless innings by the combination of Jackson Brewer and Eric Colgrove. But the 9 runs in the first 2 innings have certainly been enough thus far for Swarthmore. Good job today by Eric Colgrove, and as I said earlier, the line couldn't have gotten much worse than his first start. It couldn't get much better, though, than his second start. 2 perfect innings, 4 strikeouts. And that is a young man who bounced back nicely. First pitch to Kittredge is outside for ball 1, 1-0. Let's see if McGowan can pick up where Brewer and Colgrove left off. Keep it at a 5-run game and see what the Spartans can do in the 9th. Down and out for a ball, 2-0. Another one low and away, 3-0. And there's the called strike, 3-1. Another one on the outside corner, 3-2. Well, again, McGowan's best pitch is that curveball as long as he's locating it. We'll see if he's willing to throw it here, 3-2 with nobody out. Fastball's low instead, and that'll be ball 4. So Kittredge draws the walk. And there's a runner at first with nobody out. First base runner since the 5th inning for Swarthmore. That is the 5th walk they have drawn so far today. Max Rothwarg will be the batter. Called strike. And it is 0-1. Well, if you're looking for a bright side, if you're a Spartans fan out there, through the team's first 6 games, they've scored 10 runs in the 9th inning. More than they've scored in any other inning coming into play today. They would need 5 to tie at least. And that's assuming McGowan could get through a scoreless inning here in the 8th. He's got a runner on and nobody out. McGowan looks over. Here's his 1-1. That one lifted. Right field. Long run in for Harms. And in foul territory, he makes the catch. Kittredge holds it first, and there's one away here in the 8th for Zahn. Pardon me, Kahn, excuse me. Kahn 1 for 4 in the game. He struck out once. Scored a run. Double play depth in the infield for Case Western Reserve, trying to turn 2 here. Keep it at a 5-run game headed to the 9th. The first pitch. Swing and a miss. Runner goes. Throw down to second, and he is gone. 2-6 on the caught stealing is Kittredge. It looked like a bit of a broken play there. As Kittredge sort of started and stopped, didn't get the best jump. Bit of a weak swing at the plate by Kahn to try to protect his runner. As a swing and a miss brings the count to 0-2. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss at a pitch in the dirt. Strike 3. Anderson has it. Throws it to first to complete the play. And that will end the 8th. So the Spartans will head to the 9th. needing 5 runs to tie, 6 to take the lead. They'll send the 2, 3, and 4 hitters to the plate, Camphausen, Andreyko, and Stilson. When we come back, 9-4 the score. Welcome back. New pitcher on the mound for Swarthmore will be Steven Jungers, making his 4th appearance of the year. No record, but 2 saves on the season through his 3 appearances. Not a save situation for him here. Jungers has gone 2 1/3 innings, 2 hits allowed, 1 run, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. He has been good. Got a couple other changes here. Well, one other change, it looks like. As Dane Camphausen leading things off, takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. Silvestri, and apologies if I've been pronouncing that wrong at times today, but did receive confirmation that it is Silvestri, moves from left to center as Camphausen swings and misses. And it's 1-1. Coming into the game and playing left is going to be Noam Young. And that's a ball, 2-1. Jungers, a junior out of Great Falls, Virginia, right-hander. Camphausen. Foul tips that back, and it's 2-2. Again, if Dane doesn't homer here, it would likely be the first day the Spartans have played this season that Dane has not homered. 2-2. And that's down the middle, a called strike 3. Jungers took something off of that one and strikes out Camphausen, and there's 1 gone. You can see Dane signaling to Logan Andreyko that he throws the curve. You saw Dane flip his wrist, and I think what Dane said started up high. You're watching him talk to Stilson in the on-deck circle. It said it started high and it dropped in, and it's hard to start a pitch high on Dane Camphausen, all 6'8" of him. So 1-0 the count now with 1 away. The Spartans down to their final 2 outs. Andreyko at the plate, walked in his last at bat. He's 1 for 3 in the game with a double. Down and in, 2-0. Base is empty. 2-0 count on Andraco. And in the dirt, ball 3, 3-0. Well, the Spartans could use base runners here, and Draco has the benefit of being patient right now. Ahead in the count, 3-0. Spartans are down 5 in the ninth, down to their final 2 outs. And inside, just by a bit, it's ball 4. So Andraco draws the 1-out walk, and Tyler Stilson now coming to the plate. Stilson 0 for 2 today with a sacrifice fly and RBI. Also drew a walk and scored a run in this one. He's hitting at .400 on the year. Stilson has hit the ball hard, just hasn't had a lot to show for it today. Takes that pitch outside for a ball, 1-0. Nick Harms is out on deck. We'll see if Carson Walker hits after. He's due up. Or pardon me, it's Franco Alonso after. As a swing and a miss by Stilson, 1-1. And foul tipped. And it's 1-2. Let's see if Jungers goes back to that curveball here now ahead in the count. Here's the 1-2 from Jungers. And it just misses off the plate. Jungers came walking off the mound. Thought he had strike 3. He didn't miss by much. 2-2 now the count. Up high, full count 3-2. If you're the Spartans, do you run Andraco here? Decent speed for Andraco. Yet to attempt to steal this year. Well, you're running him more to keep out of a double play than anything else. 3-2 the count. Not running. And it's on the outside corner, called strike 3. Stilson didn't like it, but I thought that caught the outside corner. And there are 2 gone now as Case Western Reserve with just 1 out to work with here, down 5. Nick Harms will now be the batter. Harms trying to extend the game. And a big swing and a miss at the first pitch. Pitches the dirt, gets away, throw goes down to second. And Draco slides in safely. And boy, that was awfully close for a run that, frankly, does not matter. If you're Andraco there, you better make sure you're safe on that one. Unfortunately, got in just ahead of the tag. Might have gotten a little banged up there for a second as he took a little walk just to make sure he's okay. It's a 1-0 count on Harms, meanwhile. Harms 1 for 4 with an RBI triple and a run scored. Now ahead in the count, 2-0. Harms has the green light to swing on any count. Pardon me, is it 1-1? It's 1-1. We'll see here. Ground ball, through for a base hit. It's irrelevant anyway, as Harms with the single. And Draco going station to station. And the Spartans now will send Franco Alonso to the plate, who has doubled in each of his last 2 at-bats. He's now hitting at .391 on the season. 2 for 4 today with an RBI and a run scored. Carson Walker is out on deck. As a called strike to Alonso brings the count to 0-1. Spartans don't really have another left-handed hitting option off the bench, and I think that's why you're going to see Carson Walker hit here as the count evens 1-1. Hopefully you see Carson Walker hit if you're a Spartan fan. Just trying to keep this game going. Here's the 1-1. Pops out of the glove of the catcher on a high pitch for ball 2. Here's the 2-1. Wasted away by Alonso, and now Case Western Reserve down to its final strike. 2-2 the count on Alonso. Here's the 2-2 offering. And it's low, ball 3. Ball gets away, and moving up to second is Harms. So second and third now. First base is open, but with a 5-run lead, you have to challenge Alonso in the strike zone here. Here's a 3-2. And it's low, ball 4. And so that will load the bases for Carson Walker. It brings the potential game-tying run into the on-deck circle in the form of Matt Trout, but Walker is going to have to try to keep this game going here. Looking for his first hit of the year. Had an RBI ground out as a pinch hitter in the 8th. Bases full of Spartans. As a team this season, the Spartans are hitting .308 with the bases loaded, 4 for 13. This will be Walker's first at bat with the bases loaded this season. I believe that includes a grand slam off the bat of Dane Camphausen, that 4 for 13. Walker takes the first pitch outside, ball 1. Another high pitch, 2-0. Junger is all of a sudden struggling to find the strike zone a bit here. He's issued 2 walks in the inning. Low, ball 3, and you better believe Walker is taking all the way here. And it's high, ball 4, and that brings across a run. And it will bring the potential game-tying run to the plate in the form of Matt Trout. The Spartans will pinch run at first base. It'll be Sean Donahue who comes into the game. So Walker out, Donahue in, and Trout at the plate. First pitch in the dirt, ball 1. Trout has 1 career home run. It came as a freshman when he drove in 33 that year. Now it's 2-0. Again, the Spartans down to their final out, but have the potential game-tying run at the plate. I think if you're Trout here, you have to take until you get a strike, and he does, and takes the first strike there. It's now 2-1. It's 9-5, the potential game-tying run at the plate. Here's the 2-1 pitch. And Trout fouls it back, and the Spartans are once again down to their final strike. 2-2 count. If I'm Jungers here, I am burying a curveball in the dirt. I don't think you can put this one in the strike zone against Trout. Here's the 2-2. There it is, and it catches the outside corner for strike 3. And that will do it. So Jungers pitches into and out of trouble in the 9th and closes out the win for Swarthmore. Final score is 9-5. The Garnet pick up the win and earn a split on the first day of the Spartan Southern Classic. Final score is 9-5. Again, it was a tough start to the game for the Spartans, as the Garnet scored 9 runs in the first 2 innings, and that was all they got, but it proved to be enough. Case Western Reserve drops to 3-4 on the year. Swarthmore improves to 5-4. Winning pitcher starter Noah Podholm. Podholm now 2-1 on the season. No save in the game. Loss goes to Kyle Geerding. He is now 0-2 on the year. Today's game lasted, let's call it 2 hours and 50 minutes. And attendance today was 375 for the game. Want to thank everyone once again for joining us. A reminder that we'll be back with you tomorrow if you are watching for the Case Western Reserve game at least. If you are watching any of the games or coming for any of the games tomorrow, a quick reminder that everything has been pushed back an hour. The games will not start until 11 o'clock for the earliest game tomorrow. And then as the day moves on, it'll be a 2:30 start for Ithaca and Arcadia and a 6 p.m. start for Arcadia and Swarthmore. I want to thank everyone once again for joining us. A reminder that we will see you tomorrow. Take care. Have a great evening. And once again, the final score, 9-5, Swarthmore with the win. Have a great rest of your day, everybody.